Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The winds of Frosthold howled with ancient voices, carrying whispers of change across the glacier-crowned peaks that had stood sentinel since the dawn of the Third Age. For millennia, these northern wastes had remained locked in eternal winter, a frozen wasteland where only the hardiest souls dared venture. But something had shifted in the delicate balance of the world. The ice was weeping. Gandalf the Grey stood at the edge of a newly formed crevasse, his weathered face furrowed with concern beneath the shadow of his pointed hat. His breath formed clouds in the biting air as he knelt to examine the exposed ice wall. Embedded within the translucent blue were objects that had no right to be there. Artifacts of gleaming metal, fragments of stonework bearing inscriptions in a language not seen for an age, and most troubling of all, the unmistakable curve of what appeared to be a massive scale, iridescent even after countless centuries trapped in ice. "The signs are unmistakable," he murmured to himself, reaching out with gnarled fingers to touch the exposed surface. "And the changing of the world comes sooner than foretold." 3 days ago, visions had disturbed his meditation in the library of Minas Tirith, flashes of blue flame and cracking ice, accompanied by a mournful song that seemed to emanate from the very bones of the earth. The Council of the Wise had dismissed his concerns, attributing the unseasonable melting to nothing more than the natural rhythms of the world. But Gandalf knew better. He had lived too long, seen too much, to mistake such portents. A sound, the crunch of snow beneath heavy boots, drew his attention. Turning, he found himself facing a mountain of a man, fur-clad and fierce, with eyes as pale as the surrounding ice. A great axe hung at his side, and his beard, braided with blue beads and silver tokens, was crusted with frost. Behind him stretched a horizon painted crimson and gold by the setting sun, casting long shadows across the snowy expanse. "You trespass on the lands of the Ice Wolf clan, Grey Wanderer," the warrior growled, though there was more wariness than hostility in his tone. Gandalf straightened, leaning slightly upon his staff. "I seek answers, not conflict, son of Frosthold," he replied. "The ice speaks of change, and I would hear its counsel." The warrior's eyes narrowed, scanning the wizard's face. "You speak like one who knows the old ways," he said at last. "I am Corich, last chieftain of the Ice Wolves. Last, because 3 moons ago, creatures emerged from the melting ice and slaughtered my people while they slept." He gestured toward the distant smoke rising from what must once have been a settlement. "And only I remain, and only because I was hunting in the high passes when they came." Gandalf's expression softened with genuine sorrow. "I grieve for your loss, Chieftain Corich. Perhaps our paths cross by more than mere chance. The creatures you speak of, what manner of beings were they?" "No manner known to my people," Corich answered, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "They moved like men, but spoke in the tongue of winter itself. Their flesh was pale as death, their eyes like shards of night. They took no trophies, sought no plunder, they killed simply because we lived." The wizard nodded grimly. "The frost sentinels awaken. It is as I feared." He turned back to the ice wall. passing his hand over its surface in a gesture both reverent and commanding. The ice responded, shimmering with an inner light that cast spectral patterns across the snow. "Do you know the legend of Rimefang, chieftain?" Corric's breath caught. "The ice dragon, a children's tale to frighten the young into obedience." "Not all tales are merely tales," Gandalf replied, his fingers closing around something that glinted in the fading light, a crystal shard, no larger than a child's finger, but glowing with an ethereal blue radiance. "The tears of the dragon," he whispered. "A fragments of Rimefang's essence, scattered when the great beast was bound." The crystal pulsed at his touch, and suddenly the air between them filled with visions. A great white dragon wheeling against a storm-dark sky, mountains crumbling beneath waves of arcane force, and a younger Gandalf, standing amidst a circle of robed figures, his staff raised in terrible purpose. Corric staggered back, his hand instinctively reaching for his axe. "Witchcraft! Memory!" Gandalf corrected softly, closing his fingers around the crystal. The visions faded, leaving only the howl of the wind. "Long ago, in the days when the world was younger and my wisdom less, I was part of a great working Rimefang, last of the ice dragons, was prophesied to bring about a cataclysm, the thawing of ages. In our fear, we did not seek to understand. We acted." His eyes grew distant with remembrance. "7 mages of the highest order, combining their powers to imprison a creature as old as the mountains themselves." The warrior studied the wizard's face, reading the weight of ancient regret in every line. "You imprisoned a dragon, and now it wakes." "Not yet," Gandalf said, pocketing the crystal tear, "but the binding weakens. Each tear that forms," he gestured toward the newly exposed ice, "is another fragment of Rimefang's essence returning to the world. And with them come the Sentinels, guardians we thought would protect the world, but who have been corrupted by centuries of exposure to a power they were never meant to contain." A bitter wind swept down from the peaks, carrying with it the distant sound of cracking ice. Both men turned toward the source, a massive glacier that dominated the northern horizon, its surface no longer a pristine white, but veined with pulsing blue light. "The heart of winter," Corric breathed, "the sacred ice that never melts, even in the height of summer." "Until now," Gandalf said grimly, "we must make haste. The tear I hold calls to its brothers, and I sense another nearby." As they journeyed across the frozen landscape, Gandalf shared the full truth, how the binding of Rimefang had indeed halted the prophesied thaw, but at what cost? The natural cycle of the world had been interrupted, plunging the northern realms into an unnatural and unending winter. Generations had been born, lived and died, knowing nothing but ice and cold, building their cultures around a frozen world that was never meant to endure so long. "Your people," Gandalf said as they crested a ridge overlooking a vast field of ice spires, "are descendants of those who chose to remain in the north when the great cold descended. Others fled south, but the ice wolves stayed, adapting to a harsh existence that should have evolved into something else centuries ago." Corric absorbed this in silence, his pale eyes scanning the horizon. Finally, he pointed to a formation that rose from the ice like a great crystal tower. "There, the Spire of Lamentations. My people leave offerings there during the Festival of Long Night. They say it is where the gods weep for the warmth that was lost." "Not gods," Gandalf murmured, "a dragon." As they approached the spire, the air grew noticeably warmer, the snow beneath their feet turning to slush. The crystal structure pulsed with the same blue light as the tear Gandalf carried, growing brighter with each step they took. At its base lay scattered bones, some animal, some disturbingly human. "Would the Sentinels have been here?" Coric growled, grip tightening on his axe. Gandalf raised his staff, its tip beginning to glow with a protective light. And they will return. They sense what we seek. He reached toward the base of the spire, where a larger crystal shard protruded from the ice. Another tear, and a significant one. Before his fingers could close around it, a voice cut through the wind, clear, commanding, and decidedly unwelcome. Step away from the artifact, Gandalf the Grey. They turned to find a woman standing atop a nearby ridge, her crimson robes stark against the white landscape. Behind her stood a dozen figures in matching attire, their faces obscured by deep hoods. Magistra Linnea, Gandalf greeted her without warmth. The Austral Academy arrives with its customary poor timing. The woman descended with practiced grace, her eyes never leaving the crystal tear. The Council of the Wise received your message, but found your conclusions questionable. I was dispatched to investigate and secure any artifacts of significance. Her gaze flicked dismissively over Coric. Preferably before the locals contaminate the site. Coric snarled, but Gandalf placed a restraining hand on his arm. The Academy has no authority here, Magistra. These artifacts are not for study or collection. They are fragments of a living being, a being you yourself imprisoned, Linnea countered smoothly. Our records are quite clear on that point, though perhaps less detailed than your own memory. The Austral Academy has tracked the energy emanations of these crystals for decades. Their power could revolutionize our understanding of elemental manipulation. Their power, Gandalf said gravely, is not yours to command. What you propose would accelerate the very process I came to understand. The sorceress's smile was cold. Perhaps that is precisely what is needed. The world changes, Gandalf. Perhaps it is time for winter's end. As if in response to her words, a deep rumble shook the ice beneath their feet. Cracks spread from the base of the spire, and the blue light within the crystals pulsed with increasing intensity. Do the tears respond to intent? Gandalf warned, backing away and pulling Coric with him. Your ambition awakens forces beyond your control. Linnea raised her hands, beginning an incantation. The hooded figures behind her moved to encircle the spire, their voices joining hers in arcane harmony. The very air began to shimmer with power. Stop this madness, Gandalf commanded, raising his staff, but before he could act, the ice shattered. From the frozen depths rose the frost sentinels, tall, gaunt figures with skin like polished ice and eyes of depthless black. They moved with unnatural speed, converging on the spire and the incautious mages who had awakened them. Chaos erupted. The sentinels tore through the ranks of academics with terrifying efficiency. Linnea's spell transformed into a desperate defense, a barrier of fire that melted the snow around her but barely slowed the advancing guardians. We must reach the tear! Gandalf shouted over the screams of the fallen. It is our only hope. Coric needed no further encouragement. With a battle cry that echoed his ancestors, he charged, his great axe cleaving through the icy form of a sentinel that blocked their path. Gandalf followed, his staff blazing with white fire that held the creatures at bay. Together they fought their way to the spire. Gandalf seized the crystal tear, which pulsed in recognition. Immediately, the smaller tear in his pocket responded, the two fragments resonating with increasing power. Visions flooded his mind, clearer now, more urgent. He saw the truth that had eluded him centuries ago. Rimefang had not been a harbinger of destruction, but a guardian of balance. The Great Thaw was not an ending, but a necessary transition, a renewal that the world desperately needed. By binding the dragon, Gandalf and his fellow mages had interrupted the natural cycle, creating the very imbalance that now threatened to consume them all. The frost sentinels were not guardians corrupted, but aspects of winter itself, violently resisting the change that must come. And the lords of eternal winter, the true threat emerging from the depths, fed on the stasis, growing stronger with each generation that knew only ice. "What do you see, wizard?" Coric shouted, fending off another sentinel. "My own folly," Gandalf answered, his voice heavy with the weight of centuries. "And perhaps, if we are fortunate, the path to its correction." With newfound purpose, he raised the two tiers high, their light merging into a beam that pierced the darkening sky. In the ancient tongue of dragons, Gandalf spoke words of unbinding, of freedom, of apology. The ice beneath them groaned, then split asunder. The spire collapsed, and from the depths rose a sound that was felt more than heard, the awakening breath of a creature older than human memory. Linnea, blood streaming from a gash on her forehead, staggered toward them. "What have you done?" she demanded. "Not ended the world," Gandalf replied, "but perhaps allowed it to be reborn." He turned to Coric, pressing the tears into the warrior's hands. "Your people have been guardians without knowing it. Now you must be guides. The thaw will come, not in a day or a year, but it will come. The world must be prepared." The chieftain looked down at the crystals, then back at the wizard. "And what of you?" Gandalf's eyes turned northward, toward the heart of winter, where the great dragons slumbered. "I have an old friend to meet, and a very long apology to make." Above them, the perpetual clouds of Frosthold began to thin, revealing stars that had not shone upon those lands for an age. And somewhere, deep within the ice, ancient eyes opened at last. Story 2. The ancient trees of Verdantis whispered secrets that only the most attuned could hear. Their emerald canopy stretched toward the heavens like the spires of a living cathedral, filtering the sunlight into 1,000 shades of green that dappled the forest floor. Beneath their branches, magic did not merely exist, it thrived, flowing through root and stem, leaf and seed, as tangible as the crystal-clear streams that wound their way through the undergrowth. It was into this verdant sanctuary that Gandalf the Grey walked, his weathered staff tapping rhythmically against the moss-covered stones of a path few remembered. The forest seemed to acknowledge his presence, ferns unfurled slightly in his wake, and luminescent fungi brightened as he passed. Yet there was disquiet in the air, a tension that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The birds had fallen silent, and the usual chorus of forest creatures had dimmed to a whisper. Gandalf paused, placing a gnarled hand against the bark of an ancient oak. Its surface was warm to the touch, feverish almost, and beneath his fingertips, he could feel its pulse racing. Something was terribly wrong. "The trees are afraid," he murmured to himself, his bushy eyebrows knitting together. "They remember the last time blood was spilled on sacred ground." His journey had begun 3 days prior, when the wind had carried to him the scent of corruption, a sickly sweet perfume that did not belong in the natural world. That same night, as he slept beneath the stars, he had dreamed of the Emerald Council, their robed forms falling one by one, their blood seeping into the thirsty earth beneath the mother tree. He had awakened with a name upon his lips, Astrazalian, the ancient grimoire he had penned in his reckless youth, filled with knowledge that had no business being in the world of men or elves. A book he had believed destroyed centuries ago. The wizard's reverie was broken by the sharp sound of a bowstring being drawn taut. He did not turn, but a small smile creased his weathered face. "If you intended to shoot Guardian Sylvia, you would have done so without announcing your presence," he said calmly. The silence stretched for a moment before a cool voice replied, "Perhaps I wished you to know who sends you to your ancestors, Grey Pilgrim." Gandalf turned slowly to face the speaker. She stood atop a moss-covered boulder, bow still drawn, her emerald cloak blending seamlessly with the forest behind her. Her face was youthful by elven standards, yet her eyes held the weight of many human lifetimes. "The Emerald Guard still keeps its vigil, I see," Gandalf observed, leaning slightly on his staff, "though in troubling times, if I am to judge by your welcome." Sylvia's expression remained impassive, but she lowered her bow slightly. 7 nights ago, as the harvest moon reached its zenith, every member of the Druidic Council was slain. Their throats were cut with blades that left no trace of metal, yet severed flesh and spirit alike. Her voice caught almost imperceptibly. "My sister among them." Gandalf bowed his head. "Then we share a grief, Lady Guardian. Eldrin the Wise was more than teacher to me. He was friend." "And what wisdom did you impart to your friend, wizard?" Sylvia's voice had grown cold as winter frost. "Or what secrets did you whisper in elder ears that have now borne such bitter fruit?" The accusation hung in the air between them. Gandalf met her gaze unflinchingly. "I have lived many lifetimes, Guardian, and not all my actions bear remembering with pride. But I did not bring death to Verdantis." He gestured to the unnatural stillness around them. "I come seeking answers, just as you do." Sylvia's eyes narrowed, measuring him. Finally, she lowered her bow completely. The mother tree weeps sap like blood, and the forest creatures turn on one another. The human settlements to the east blame the wood elves, and the elves prepare for war against men. Meanwhile, something moves in the shadows between the trees, something that was not born of this world. She jumped lightly from her perch. "If you truly seek answers, Grey One, then perhaps we might find them together." Together they journeyed deeper into the heart of Verdantis. As they walked, Gandalf observed signs that confirmed his worst fears. Withered undergrowth amidst otherwise healthy vegetation, small animals lying dead with no marks upon them, pools of water covered with an iridescent film that shimmered with unwholesome light. "The corruption spreads from the center outward," Sylvia explained, kneeling to examine a cluster of toadstools that pulsed with a sickly violet glow. "From the mother tree herself. Not from, but through," Gandalf corrected gently. "The mother tree is not the source, but the conduit." They crested a small rise, and Gandalf's breath caught in his throat. Before them spread a vast clearing, at the center of which stood the mightiest tree he had ever beheld. Its trunk was wide enough that 20 men standing hand to hand could not have encircled it, and its branches reached so high that clouds drifted among its uppermost leaves. Yet for all its majesty, the mother tree was clearly unwell. Patches of its bark had darkened to an unnatural black, and its leaves, which should have been the deepest green, were tinged with purple at their edges. At the base of the great tree lay the Druidic Circle, 7 stone thrones arranged in a perfect arc, each carved from a different mineral of the earth. Upon these thrones still sat the bodies of the fallen council, preserved by some magic that had arrested decay but could not hide the violent manner of their passing. "We have not moved them," Sylvia said softly. "The forest will not permit it." Gandalf approached reverently, his keen eyes taking in details that others might have missed. The precise angle of the fatal wounds, the strange arcane symbols etched into the stone at each druid's feet, the faint residue of power that still lingered in the air. "This is the work of the Void Weavers," he said grimly. "Practitioners of an ancient and forbidden art that corrupts natural magic to tear holes between dimensions." Sylvia's hand went to her weapon. "I have heard whispers of such cultists, but believed them to be nothing more than campfire tales to frighten children." "Would that they were," Gandalf sighed. He crouched to examine one of the symbols more closely, recognition dawning in his eyes. "These patterns. I know them," Guilt flickered across his features. I documented them long ago in a grimoire called Astrazalian. The Guardian's face hardened. You brought this knowledge to our sanctuary? No, Gandalf said firmly. The book was lost, stolen, before I ever came to Verdantis. I believed it destroyed in the cataclysm of the Western Isles. He traced the symbol with his finger, not quite touching it. These are perversions of natural harmonies, magic that uses life force to bridge the gap between our world and the realm of shadow. A distant howl echoed through the trees, followed by another, closer. Sylvia tensed. The wolf packs have been growing bolder since the killings. We should not linger. But Gandalf was deep in thought, his eyes fixed on the mother tree. The druids were not killed for vengeance or power, he murmured. They were sacrificed as anchors, living tethers to bind something to this place. He looked up at the great tree with growing horror. They're using the mother tree as a gateway. As if in response to his words, the ground beneath them trembled. From the darkened patches on the tree's bark oozed a viscous substance that was neither sap nor blood, but something between. And within it, shadows moved with purpose. We must act quickly, Gandalf said, rising to his feet with surprising agility for one who appeared so aged. The poison has reached the heartwood. If it corrupts the mother tree completely, the balance of this entire continent will be undone. What would you have us do, wizard? Sylvia asked, her earlier hostility tempered by the imminent threat. My guardians have tried purification rituals, elven healing songs, even the ancient bark binding. Nothing slows the corruption. Gandalf's eyes gleamed with sudden purpose. When I studied with Eldrin, I did not only teach, Guardian, I also learned. He reached into his grey robes and withdrew a small cloth bundle. Unwrapping it revealed a seed the size of a child's fist, glowing with inner light. The heart seed of the Eastern Grove. Eldrin entrusted it to me for safekeeping, sensing perhaps that dark days would come. Sylvia's eyes widened. The last of the first seeds from which all the great trees of Middle-earth were born. Indeed, Gandalf nodded, but to use it, I must recover fragments of knowledge that I scattered throughout this forest centuries ago, safeguards against the very magic now at work. Scattered knowledge. Sylvia frowned. The pages from Astrazalian, Gandalf admitted. Not the forbidden rites, but countermeasures I developed after realizing the danger the book presented. I hid them in places only I would know, encoded in forms only I could read. A chorus of howls, closer now, echoed through the clearing. Those are no natural wolves, Sylvia said grimly, notching an arrow to her bow. No, Gandalf agreed, his staff beginning to glow with a soft light. Thus they are harbingers of what comes through the breach, reflections of our world's creatures, twisted by the void. From the tree line emerged a pack of wolves, unlike any born of natural descent. Their fur was midnight black, yet seemed to absorb rather than reflect the light. Their eyes glowed with violet fire, and where their paws touched the earth, small tendrils of corruption spread outward. Go, Sylvia commanded, stepping forward with bow raised. Find your hidden knowledge, wizard. I will hold them here. You cannot face them alone, Gandalf protested. The guardian of the Emerald Forest gave him a fierce smile. I do not stand alone. She placed 2 fingers to her lips and released a sharp whistle that cut through the air like a blade. From the branches above, emerald-cloaked figures dropped silently to the forest floor, bows at the ready. From the undergrowth, more guardians emerged, their weapons gleaming with enchantments meant to combat unnatural foes. The Emerald Guard keeps its vigil, Sylvia said proudly. Now go! Gandalf nodded once, then turned and hurried toward the first location, a hollow oak to the east where, centuries before, he had hidden the counter-sigil of binding. As he moved through the forest, he could hear the sounds of battle erupting behind him. Guilt weighed heavy on his heart, not only for leaving the Guardians to fight, but for his role in creating the very danger they now faced. The grimoire had been his folly, a young wizard's attempt to catalogue knowledge better left forgotten. He reached the ancient oak and thrust his hand deep into its hollow core, his fingers searching for the metal case he had sealed there long ago. Finding it, he withdrew a scroll case of mistral, untarnished by time. Within lay the first fragment, symbols of containment and purification etched onto parchment in ink made from the mother tree's own sap. 4 more locations he visited in haste: a cave behind a waterfall, the nest of an ancient eagle, a stone circle visible only by moonlight, and finally the grave of a long-dead elven king whose name had been lost to all but the oldest records. As Gandalf collected the final fragment, the forest around him shuddered. The trees bent as if in a mighty gale, though no wind blew. In the distance, the mother tree's uppermost branches had begun to blacken and twist into unnatural shapes. "I come too late," he whispered, clutching the fragments to his chest. But as he turned to rush back to the clearing, a figure stepped from behind a nearby tree, a figure that sent ice through his veins despite the summer warmth. It wore his face, bore his staff, yet its eyes held the emptiness of the void between stars. "Too late indeed, old friend," the doppelganger said, its voice an unsettling echo of Gandalf's own. "Did you think I would not sense the fragments of myself awakening, that I would not remember where you hid the keys to my undoing?" Gandalf raised his staff defensively. "You are no part of me." "Am I not?" The shadow Gandalf smiled thinly. "I am what you might have become had you embraced the knowledge you so feared. I am what grew from the seeds you planted in the void when your experiments tore the first small rifts between worlds." Understanding dawned in Gandalf's eyes. The grimoire was never destroyed. It found fertile ground in the spaces between realms, the shadow confirmed. "Adis, and now, with the mother tree as my doorway, I shall bring that knowledge back, along with those who have mastered it." Behind them, the forest continued to convulse as the corruption spread. In the distance, Gandalf could hear the cries of the Emerald Guard as they fought against an enemy they could not truly comprehend. "I cannot allow that," Gandalf said simply, his resolve hardening. The shadow's laughter was cold. "You cannot prevent it." "The breach widens with each moment. Soon, the barriers between worlds will be no more substantial than morning mist." Gandalf looked down at the fragments in his hands. The counter-sigil of binding, the purification mandala, the severing rune, the reflection ward, and the soul anchor talisman. Separately, they were powerful protections. Together, combined with the heart seed. "Or perhaps I cannot close what has been opened," Gandalf conceded, subtly beginning to channel power into his staff. "But I can transform it." With a sudden burst of magic, he slammed his staff into the earth. The ground split between him and his shadow self, a chasm opening that sent the doppelganger stumbling backward. Without hesitation, Gandalf turned and ran toward the mother tree, the fragments clutched tightly in his hand. The clearing was chaos when he arrived. The Guardians fought valiantly against creatures of shadow, wolves, bears, and things that had no name in any earthly tongue. Sylvia stood at the base of the mother tree, her bow abandoned for twin blades that flashed with silver fire as she defended the heart of the forest. "Sylvia!" Gandalf called, pushing through the fray. "Ui the Heartseed, we must use it now." The Guardian dispatched a shadow creature with a precise thrust, then turned to him. "The corruption has reached the Heartwood," she shouted over the din of battle. "The seed may be rejected." Not with the proper binding, Gandalf replied, reaching her side and unfolding the fragments he had collected. Quickly, he arranged them in a specific pattern at the base of the great tree, where the largest patch of corruption pulsed with malevolent energy. "Keep them back," he instructed, placing the heartseed at the center of the arrangement. "I need time." Sylvia nodded grimly, calling to her remaining guardians to form a circle around them. Gandalf closed his eyes, placing both hands upon the ancient bark of the mother tree. He could feel its pain, its struggle against the invading darkness. Beneath his palms, the heartwood still pulsed with life, weakened but fighting. "Forgive an old fool his trespasses," he whispered to the tree, "and accept this offering in the spirit of renewal." Drawing upon magic deeper and older than any he had used in an age, Gandalf began to chant in a language that predated even the elves. The fragments around the heartseed began to glow, each with a different hue that blended and merged as the spell took hold. Behind him, he could hear the battle intensifying. His shadow self had arrived, bringing with it a new wave of void creatures. The Guardians were being overwhelmed, their enchanted weapons barely holding back the tide of darkness. The heartseed pulsed once, twice, then began to sink into the ground at the mother tree's base, drawing the magical fragments with it. The corruption around it hissed and bubbled like water on hot stone, retreating from the pure light of the seed. "It's working!" Sylvia called, her voice thick with hope and exhaustion, but Gandalf's shadow was not so easily defeated. It pushed through the defensive line, guardians falling before its dark power. "You cannot unmake what has been set in motion, Gandalf the Grey," it snarled, raising a staff of twisted black wood. Gandalf turned to face his dark reflection, his own staff blazing with white fire. "I do not seek to unmake," he replied calmly, "only to transform." The shadow launched a bolt of violet energy toward the heartseed. Gandalf intercepted it with his staff, the conflicting magics exploding in a shower of sparks. The force of the blast sent both wizard and shadow staggering. "You hide from knowledge," the shadow accused, recovering quickly. "You fear the power that could be yours." "I respect the boundaries between worlds," Gandalf countered, gathering his strength for another exchange, "something you have forgotten." As they faced each other, the heartseed had completely disappeared into the earth, and with it, the magical fragments. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a pulse of pure green light emanated from the mother tree, so bright that all present were forced to shield their eyes. When the light faded, the corruption had receded from the tree's bark. In its place, a pattern of luminescent runes encircled the massive trunk, a new binding, woven from the fragments of Gandalf's counterspells and empowered by the heartseed's primal magic. The shadow Gandalf shrieked in fury, its form beginning to waver and distort. "What have you done?" "Created a new pact," Gandalf said simply. "Not a wall between worlds, but a filter, a living guardian that will allow only that which belongs to pass between realms." The mother tree's branches swayed, though there was no wind. From its highest boughs, a rain of golden pollen began to fall, settling on the void creatures and causing them to dissolve like mist before the morning sun. The shadow Gandalf looked down at its hands, which had begun to fade. "This is not the end," it warned, its voice growing distant. "Knowledge cannot be unopened, old friend. I will find another way." "Perhaps," Gandalf acknowledged. But not today, and not through Verdantis." As the last of the shadow creatures vanished, Sylvia approached Gandalf, her armor scratched and bloodied, but her spirit unbroken. "The forest breathes easier," she said, looking up at the mother tree, where new growth had already begun to appear on the branches that had been blackened by corruption. "You have fulfilled your promise to Eldrin." Gandalf shook his head. I've begun to repay a debt, nothing more. He gazed at the druidic council, their bodies now surrounded by circles of white flowers that had not been there before. The price was too high. Sylvia followed his gaze. They died protecting what they loved. There are worse fates. She placed a hand on the wizard's arm. What will you do now, Grey Pilgrim? Gandalf looked down at his hands, which still tingled with the power he had channeled. There are other fragments of Astrazalian to be found and secured, other reflections of my past errors that may seek to enter this world. He sighed deeply. The work of redemption is never complete. The Guardian studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Oh, when you return to Verdantis, you will find friends here. As Gandalf took his leave of the Emerald Forest, the trees seemed to bow slightly in his passing, their leaves whispering secrets only he could understand. Behind him, the mother tree stood tall once more, its roots drinking deeply of the earth's magic, its branches reaching for the stars, a living bridge between worlds, but now one with a guardian at its gate. And if, occasionally, in the deepest hours of the night, it still wept golden sap for those who had been lost, only the Emerald Guard would know, and they would keep its secrets until the ending of the age. Story 3. The ancient mountains of Eriador shuddered once more, sending cascades of loose stone tumbling into the verdant valleys below. It was the third such tremor this fortnight, each stronger than the last, each more deliberate in its rhythm, as though the very bones of the earth were trying to speak. Standing upon the wind-swept ridge of Weathertop, Gandalf the Grey watched as a fissure of silver light briefly illuminated the distant vale of Mistral before fading like lightning across a stormy sky. "The veil weakens," he murmured, his weathered fingers tightening around his gnarled staff. The runes etched into the ancient wood glowed faintly in response, as if acknowledging a truth the wizard had long feared. For millennia, the Vale of Mistral had remained sealed by elven magic, a place of forbidden knowledge and ancient power. The realm's very name had become a whispered warning in the great libraries of Minas Tirith, and a forbidden subject in the councils of the wise. Yet Gandalf had always sensed that something crucial lay hidden within its mist-shrouded boundaries, something that called to him with increasing urgency as the years turned to centuries. Now, as the protective enchantments began to fail, that call had become impossible to ignore. 3 days later, Gandalf stood before the arched gate of Mistral, a towering structure of alabaster stone that seemed to shimmer between solidity and mist. Elven script carved along its curved surface glowed with a pearlescent light that pulsed in time with the earth's tremors. To ordinary eyes, the gate appeared to lead nowhere, opening onto a wall of impenetrable fog that had not dispersed in 7,000 years. But Gandalf's eyes were far from ordinary. Raising his staff, the wizard spoke words in a language older than the mountains themselves. The crystal embedded in his staff's crown ignited with inner light, casting stark shadows across the ancient threshold. For a moment, nothing changed. Then, like silk parting beneath a blade, the fog beyond the arch began to thin, revealing a path that wound downward into a valley of impossible beauty. "And after all these years," Gandalf whispered, a mixture of wonder and trepidation in his voice, "the Vale of Mistral opens once more." He had taken but 3 steps beyond the gate when a voice called out from behind him, "Hold, wizard, you trespass on forbidden ground." Gandalf turned slowly to find 3 figures emerging from the surrounding woodlands. In the lead was a tall knight in tarnished armor, his once proud tabard now faded and torn, though the heron insignia upon his breast remained recognizable. Behind him stood a willowy elven woman, her silver hair cascading over shoulders draped with a cloak of midnight blue, a bow of pale wood held loosely in her slender hands. The third figure was a stooped, elderly man whose robes seemed fashioned from parchment itself, their surfaces covered in flowing script that shifted and rearranged with each movement. "Sir Eldrin," Gandalf acknowledged the knight with a slight bow. "I had heard you fell from grace in the court of Gondor." The knight's face hardened. And I had heard the Council of the Wise forbade any from entering the Vale, even those who wear the grey. Especially those who wear the grey," added the elven woman, her voice musical yet edged with suspicion. "I am Seraphina of the Starlight Bow, last descendant of those who sealed this veil. I would know your purpose here, Mithrandir." Gandalf regarded them thoughtfully. "The same purpose that brings you, I suspect. The earth speaks of danger, and the veil thins not by chance but design." He gestured toward the path ahead. "Whatever lies within stirs after eons of slumber." The third figure shuffled forward, his parchment robes rustling like leaves in an autumn wind. "The knowledge forbidden," he muttered, roomy eyes widening with naked hunger. "The secrets of the First Age, preserved within these mists." "I'm Thaddeus Scrollkeeper, and I've waited 60 years for this moment." Gandalf studied the old scholar with newfound wariness. "Knowledge that was sealed for good reason, Master Thaddeus." "Yet you come seeking it all the same," Seraphina observed shrewdly. A tremor stronger than any before shook the ground beneath their feet. From deep within the veil came a sound, half musical tone, half mechanical groan, that echoed against the mountainsides like the call of some primordial beast. "I come seeking understanding," Gandalf corrected, turning back toward the path. "And it seems our time for debate has passed. The veil calls, and I shall answer. You may accompany me or remain. The choice is yours." Without waiting for their response, he strode forward into the mists, his grey robe soon vanishing in the pearlescent haze. After a moment's hesitation, the unlikely trio followed. The path descended through woodlands, unlike any still found in Middle-earth. Trees with trunks of pale silver rose hundreds of feet into the air, their canopies formed of leaves that shimmered between emerald and sapphire with each breeze. Flowers bloomed in impossible colors, and streams of water flowed not only upon the ground, but occasionally upward, forming liquid arches that sparkled in the diffuse light filtering through the mist. "Remnants of the world before the breaking," Seraphina whispered, her earlier suspicion momentarily forgotten in the face of such wonder. "My ancestors spoke of such things, but I thought them merely legends." Thaddeus scribbled frantically in a small journal, his quill moving with desperate speed, as though he feared the marvels around them might vanish if not captured in ink. Sir Eldrin remained vigilant, his hand never straying far from his sword hilt, his eyes constantly scanning the ethereal landscape for threats. Gandalf alone seemed both awed and troubled, his gaze often turning to strange formations that punctuated the forest, structures of crystal and metal that defied both natural law and architectural convention. They pulsed with inner light that matched the rhythm of the earth's tremors, growing stronger as the party journeyed deeper into the Vale. By midday, they had reached the heart of Mistral. A vast clearing opened before them, at its center, a towering colossus that merged elements of statue, machine, and living entity. It stood easily 100 feet tall, its form vaguely humanoid, but composed of interlocking plates of opalescent crystal and silver metal. Runes of power spiraled across its surface, some elvish, others in script so ancient that even Gandalf hesitated to name them. "The Guardian," Seraphina breathed, dropping to one knee in reverence. the sentinel of secrets, forged by the combined might of elves, dwarves, and the Astari when the world was young. The Colossus's chestplate was cracked, a jagged fissure from which spilled the same silvery light they had seen in the distance. With each tremor, the crack widened slightly, and the light pulsed more intensely. "It's breaking," Sir Eldrin observed grimly. "Whatever it was meant to contain seeks freedom." Thaddeus rushed forward with reckless enthusiasm, his parchment robes fluttering wildly. "The knowledge of ages, the forbidden histories. We must—" Gandalf's staff struck the ground with a sound like thunder. "Halt, Scroll Keeper! You know not what forces you tamper with." But the old scholar had already reached the Colossus. Laying his withered hands upon the crystal surface, he began to murmur incantations. Not words of inquiry, but commands of unsealing. The fissure in the Guardian's chest widened abruptly, and light poured forth with blinding intensity. Gandalf moved with surprising speed for one who appeared so aged. His staff swept upward, conjuring a barrier of blue flame between Thaddeus and the rest of the party, just as the Colossus's chest split completely open. The scholar screamed, not in fear but ecstasy, as tendrils of silver light enveloped him, lifting him from the ground. Knowledge. Thaddeus's voice echoed strangely, as though speaking from a great distance. Such knowledge. Such terrible, beautiful secrets. His body began to change, growing translucent as the light suffused his form. Pages from his robes tore free, swirling around him in a maelstrom of text and symbols that seemed to write themselves onto the very air. "We must leave," Seraphina urged, notching an arrow to her bow, though her hands trembled. "And the Guardian fails. The seal breaks." But Gandalf stood transfixed, his eyes widening as images began to form within the light that poured from the Colossus, visions of a time before recorded history. He saw 7 robed figures standing in a circle, their faces obscured but their purpose clear. They worked great magic, these ancient wizards, weaving spells of binding and separation. And among them, a figure in grey raised a staff identical to the one Gandalf now held. "Impossible," he whispered, though in his heart he had always known. Sir Eldrin grabbed his arm. "Wizard, whatever revelations you seek, they are not worth our lives." Another tremor rocked the clearing, more violent than any before. The Colossus began to move, its massive head turning downward to fix its gaze upon the intruders. Its eyes, empty sockets moments before, now blazed with the same silver light that had consumed Thaddeus. "You return at last, Olorin," it spoke, its voice resonating not through air, but directly into their minds. The cycle nears completion. Gandalf staggered as if struck, the name hitting him like a physical blow, a name he had not been called in an age of the world, a name he had almost forgotten was once his own. "We must leave," Seraphina cried again, this time loosing her arrow toward the Colossus. The shaft, wreathed in elven enchantment, struck the being's shoulder and erupted in white flame, yet did no apparent damage. The Astari feared what they created. The Colossus continued, taking a ponderous step forward. Beneath its foot, the earth fractured, sending fresh tremors racing outward. And they sealed away their greatest work, and then sealed away the memory of it. But some things cannot remain buried forever. Olorin. Fragments of memory assaulted Gandalf's mind. Flashes of a life before his coming to Middle-earth, of knowledge and power beyond mortal comprehension, of a terrible choice made in the name of balance. "I am Gandalf now," he said firmly, planting his staff before him. The crystal at its crown flared in defiance. "And whatever mistakes were made in ages past, I will not compound them by allowing you freedom without understanding your purpose." The Colossus tilted its head, an eerily human gesture from such an otherworldly entity. "Purpose," I am purpose incarnate. I am the balance between creation and destruction, the fulcrum upon which reality turns, and now the scales must shift once more. It reached down with one massive hand toward Gandalf. Sir Eldrin leapt forward, his sword striking the crystalline fingers with a shower of sparks. The blade shattered, shards of steel flying in all directions. One caught the knight across the cheek, drawing a line of crimson. "Run, you fools!" he shouted, drawing a dagger with his offhand and preparing to make a final stand. But Gandalf had regained his composure. Memories still flooded his consciousness. Memories of who he had been, of why the Istari had come to Middle-earth, of the true nature of the Vale of Mistral. Not a prison, as he had feared, but a repository. Not a threat, but a safeguard against a greater danger. "No," he said, laying a restraining hand on Sir Eldrin's arm. "This is no enemy." He stepped forward, lowering his staff. "I remember now." Not everything, but enough. He looked up at the towering figure. "You are the Arbiter, forged from the essence of both order and chaos. You were meant to awaken only in the direst need, when the balance of the world faced true peril." The Colossus lowered its hand, the intensity of its gaze softening. The veil between worlds thins. Olorin. The enemy stirs, once more, in the outer darkness. "The council must be reformed." Seraphina stepped forward, her bow lowered but tension evident in every line of her body. "What council? What enemy?" Gandalf turned to her, his eyes holding the weight of revelation. "The Council of Reality, 7 guardians chosen to maintain the boundaries between worlds. In the First Age, they discovered that our reality is but one of many, and that in the spaces between lies an entity that consumes all it touches. We, created the Arbiter as both warden and warning system. Then what of Thaddeus?" Sir Eldrin asked, gesturing toward the scholar whose form had now completely dissolved into the light. "A vessel," Gandalf said sadly. "The Arbiter required one to fully awaken, a willing sacrifice to house the knowledge too dangerous for any one mind to hold." The ground shook continuously now, the tremors no longer coming in waves, but as a constant vibration that seemed to resonate with the Arbiter's very presence. "The barriers weaken," it intoned. "The work must begin anew. Will you take up your mantle once more, Olorin?" Gandalf closed his eyes briefly, feeling the weight of ages press upon him. When he opened them, they held new purpose. "I am Gandalf the Grey now," he said firmly. "My memories of Olorin are incomplete, as they must remain, but I will not shirk the duty for which I was sent to Middle-earth." He raised his staff, which now hummed with power. "The Council of the Wise must hear of this. The barriers must be reinforced." He turned to his companions. "This burden is not yours to bear. Return to the world above. Speak nothing of what you have witnessed. I must remain and learn what I can from the Arbiter." Seraphina's eyes narrowed. "My ancestors gave their lives to establish this seal. Their blood flows in my veins. I will not abandon their legacy now." Sir Eldrin picked up a fragment of his shattered sword. "I sought redemption when I followed you, wizard. It seems I have found my path to it." Gandalf nodded solemnly, then turned back to the Arbiter. "We begin now. Show us what must be done." As the silver light enveloped them, Gandalf felt a strange sense of homecoming. Not to a place, but to a purpose long forgotten, yet always present, like a melody remembered from childhood, suddenly heard again after decades of silence. The Vale of Mistral had kept its secrets well. Now it surrendered them to those worthy of their burden, as a new chapter in an ancient struggle began to unfold beneath the shifting mists. Story 4. The ancient citadel of Ethereum rose like a crown of stone and crystal above the mist-shrouded valleys of Rovanion. 7 spires of white marble reached toward the heavens, their surfaces etched with prophecies old and new, gilded by the morning sun. Within the tallest tower, behind doors sealed with enchantments known only to the keepers of fate, the oracle of Ethereum stirred from her trance, her milky eyes suddenly wide with terror. The bearer of the ashen staff brings both salvation and doom, she whispered, her voice reverberating through chambers of polished stone. When the Grey One walks, the earth shall tremble and fire shall rise from the depths. The words hung in the air like smoke, drifting through the sacred halls until they reached the ears of Lord Ravencrest, royal advisor to King Aldemar. A thin smile crept across his face as he bowed before the entranced oracle, his mind already twisting her words to serve his own designs. 3 days later, in the grand throne room of Alderhall, King Aldemar's voice echoed with uncharacteristic harshness as royal guards stood at attention along the columned hall. "Let it be known throughout all lands of Rovanian," he proclaimed, his golden crown gleaming beneath the light of 1,000 enchanted candles, that Gandalf the Grey is henceforth named enemy of the realm. Any who offer him shelter or aid shall share in his condemnation. From the shadows beside the throne, Lord Ravencrest observed with calculated satisfaction. The seeds of fear he had planted in the king's mind had taken root, nurtured by selective interpretation of the oracle's prophecy. Now they bloomed into the very proclamation he had desired. "The prophecy speaks clearly, Your Majesty," Ravencrest murmured. "The Grey Wizard brings destruction. We must act swiftly to protect your people." Only Princess Elysia, seated to her father's left, seemed troubled by the decree. Her amber eyes narrowed as she studied Ravencrest's face, sensing deception beneath his counsel, but unable to name its source. Far from the opulence of Alderhall, in the humble village of Emberfall, nestled against the foothills of the Black Mountains, Darian worked the forge as he did every day. Sweat glistened on his brow as he hammered glowing metal into shape, each strike precise and purposeful. At 20 summers, he had already earned a reputation as the finest blacksmith in the region, though few suspected the true source of his talent. As the metal cooled, Darian glanced furtively around the empty forge before extending his hand. His fingers trembled slightly as he concentrated, drawing forth the essence of heat from the metal. Ash and embers rose from the cooling iron, swirling around his fingertips in delicate patterns before settling back into the forge. "A dangerous gift to display so openly, young smith," came a voice from the doorway. Darian whirled around, ash scattering at his feet. In the entrance stood an old man in travel-worn grey robes, leaning upon a gnarled wooden staff. His beard was the color of storm clouds, his eyes the blue of a winter sky, sharp and knowing. "I seek neither coin nor shelter," the stranger continued, stepping into the forge. "Merely a place to avoid prying eyes, for it seems I have fallen from royal favor." Recognition dawned on Darian's face. "You're him, the wizard they're hunting. Gandalf." Indeed. Gandalf closed the forge door behind him with a subtle gesture of his hand. "And you, young man, are something far rarer than a blacksmith with quick hands. You are a cinder singer, one who speaks to the remnants of flame." Darian's expression hardened as he reached for his hammer. "I don't know what you're talking about. I shape metal, nothing more. And I am merely an old man who enjoys long walks through kingdoms where I've been branded a traitor," Gandalf replied with a raised eyebrow. "We can maintain these pretenses if you wish, but time grows short, and your gift may be more crucial than you realize." Before Darian could respond, shouting erupted in the village square. Through the small window, they could see riders in the royal colors of crimson and gold, their armor gleaming as they dismounted. "The paladins of light," Gandalf muttered. Aldemar's zealots grow ever more efficient in their pursuit. The smithy has a cellar, Darian said quickly, moving toward a worn rug on the floor. They rarely search below ground. As they descended into the cool darkness beneath the forge, Gandalf's staff began to emit a soft glow, illuminating walls lined with small wooden casks and bundles of dried herbs. The wizard seated himself upon an old crate, his keen eyes studying the young blacksmith. "You have questions," he observed. "Ask them while we wait." Darian hesitated, then spoke. "Why would the king declare you an enemy? What did you do?" "The question is not what I did, but what I might prevent," Gandalf replied. "An oracle's prophecy has been twisted by fear and ambition. The king believes I bring destruction, when in truth I seek to avert it." Above them, heavy footsteps crossed the forge floor. Muffled voices called to one another as the paladins searched the premises. A moment of tense silence followed, then the sound of retreating boots. "They've moved on," Darian whispered, "but they'll return. The village is small. They'll search every building twice." Gandalf nodded thoughtfully. "Then we must be elsewhere when they do." He fixed Darian with a penetrating gaze. "The prophecy that condemns me speaks of fire rising from the depths. Do you know what sleeps beneath the Black Mountains, young smith?" A chill ran down Darian's spine despite the warmth of the cellar. "Balcor," he whispered. "The ancient worm. But that's just a legend to frighten children." "Legends often walk in daylight when the time is right," Gandalf said gravely. "Balcor the Ever-Burning has slumbered for 3 ages of this world, bound by enchantments that grow weaker with each passing century. Lord Ravencrest, the king's trusted advisor, seeks to wake him." "Why would anyone want to wake a dragon?" Darian asked incredulously. "Power," Gandalf replied simply. "Those who control fire control kingdoms. Ravencrest has discovered ancient texts that speak of binding a dragon's will to one who possesses the Ashen Crown, a relic long thought destroyed." He leaned forward, his voice dropping lower. But the crown was not destroyed. It was disassembled, its pieces scattered to prevent exactly what Ravencrest now attempts. Footsteps sounded again above them, more purposeful this time. A woman's voice cut through the wooden planks of the ceiling. "I know he passed through here. The villagers are too frightened to lie convincingly." "The Princess Elysia," Gandalf murmured, seemingly unsurprised. "It seems the royal family takes a personal interest in my capture." The cellar door creaked open, and light spilled down the stairs. Darian grabbed a nearby tool, an iron poker used for stoking the forge, and moved to stand before Gandalf protectively. A young woman descended, her rich crimson cloak contrasting with the simple hunting leathers she wore beneath. Her golden brown hair was tied back in a practical braid, and a slender sword hung at her hip. Behind her followed no guards, only determination in her amber eyes. "Princess," Darian said, lowering his makeshift weapon and bowing awkwardly. "Save your courtesies, Smith," Elysia replied, her gaze fixed on Gandalf. "I have not come for ceremony." She turned to the wizard. "My father's paladins search the eastern edge of the village. We have minutes, not hours." Gandalf stood, his expression curious. "You speak as if you do not share their purpose." "I don't," she said flatly. "Ravencrest's influence over my father grows daily, like poison in a wound. The prophecy was never about you bringing destruction. It was about you preventing it." Her hand moved to a pouch at her belt, withdrawing a small object wrapped in silk. "But 3 nights ago, I found this hidden among Ravencrest's possessions." She unwrapped the silk to reveal a fragment of blackened metal, inscribed with runes that seemed to absorb the light from Gandalf's staff. "A piece of the Ashen Crown," Gandalf breathed, his eyes widening. "So it begins in earnest." "What begins?" Darian asked, looking between them. "The awakening. Elysia answered grimly. Ravencrest has been sending expeditions to the Black Mountains for months. They've found the dragon's resting place, a chamber deep beneath Mount Dreadbane. The rituals have already started. Gandalf took the fragment from her hands, examining it closely. This piece alone holds little power, but combined with the others... He looked up at the princess. How did you come to understand the prophecy's true meaning? A sad smile crossed Elisia's face. My mother was a student of the Oracle before she became queen. She taught me to look beyond words to the truth they veil. Her expression hardened. Ravencrest means to control Balcor and use the dragon's power to subjugate neighboring kingdoms. My father sees only the promise of expanded borders and unrivaled might. Shouts from the village indicated the search was intensifying. Elysia cast a nervous glance toward the stairs. We must leave, she said urgently. There's a path through the western woods that the paladins rarely patrol. It leads toward the Black Mountains. And why, Gandalf asked carefully, would we wish to go toward the very danger we seek to prevent? Because prevention now requires confrontation, she replied. 2 more pieces of the crown have been recovered. The 3rd is hidden in Ravencrest's private chambers in the palace. The 4th is buried with the Ash Wardens at the foot of Mount Dreadbane, Gandalf finished, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Yes, I see the design now. He turned to Darien, who had been listening with growing disbelief. And now we come to your part in this tale, young Cinder Singer. I'm a blacksmith, Darien protested, not a hero from legends. Yet you command ash and ember with a thought, Gandalf observed. Such gifts do not manifest without purpose. The Ash Wardens were an ancient order charged with keeping the dragon's fire contained. Their bloodline was thought ended in the War of Burning Skies. His eyes twinkled with sudden understanding. Your grandmother, she came from the north, did she not? Darien stared at him. How could you possibly know that? The northern clans often bore the gift. It manifests rarely now, diluted by generations of mingling with those of common blood. Gandalf placed a hand on Darien's shoulder. The Cinder Singer's power opposes the dragon's fire, not with water or wind, but with mastery over fire's remains. What has burned cannot burn again. Elysia moved toward the stairs. Whatever decision you make, it must be now. The paladins will return within moments. Darien looked down at his soot-stained hands, then at the fragment of the ashen crown, its runes seeming to writhe in the dim light. Everything he had known, his quiet life, his simple trade, suddenly felt like a half-truth, a shadow of some greater purpose he had never suspected. If I refuse, he asked quietly. Then Balcor rises, Gandalf said simply. And the age of men gives way to an age of ash. Above them, the door to the forge crashed open as armored feet stormed inside. Decision time had run out. I'll come, Darien said, grabbing a small pack from beneath a workbench. But I can't promise to be of any use against a dragon. Few can, Gandalf replied with a grim smile. Yet here we stand nonetheless. Elysia led them to a narrow tunnel behind one of the wine casks, a remnant of older, more lawless days, when smugglers had used the village as a waypoint. As they crawled through musty darkness, the sounds of the search faded behind them. They emerged in a copse of silver birches as twilight descended on the realm. Before them rose the Black Mountains, their jagged peaks cutting into the darkening sky like teeth in the mouth of some colossal beast. Somewhere beneath those ancient stones, a fire that had slumbered for an age stirred restlessly, sensing freedom on the horizon. The road ahead is fraught with danger, Gandalf warned, his staff glowing brighter as shadows deepened around them. Ravencrest will have set guards upon the mountain paths, and creatures long dormant may wake as the dragon's influence spreads. My father's trust has been poisoned against you, Elysia added, her hand resting on her sword hilt. We can expect no aid from Alderhall. Darian looked down at his hands, then curled his fingers inward, feeling the strange power that had always been a part of him, a birthright he had never understood. Ash and embers from the forge still clung to his skin, and as he concentrated, they swirled upward, forming patterns in the air before settling back onto his palm. I've spent my life shaping metal, he said quietly. Perhaps it's time I learned to shape my destiny as well. Gandalf nodded approvingly, the light of his staff illuminating their three faces against the gathering darkness. Then to Mount Dreadbane we go, to face a prophecy misunderstood and a dragon best left sleeping. As they set forth beneath the emerging stars, the wind carried a distant sound from the depths of the mountains, the faint, rhythmic rumble of a massive heart beginning to beat after eons of silence. The oracle's words echoed in the spaces between heartbeats. The bearer of the ashen staff brings both salvation and doom. Whether that bearer was Gandalf with his wizard staff, or Darian with his newfound purpose, remained to be seen. But as the three unlikely allies disappeared into the shadowed forest, one thing became certain. The fate of kingdoms would be decided not by the might of armies or the wisdom of kings, but by a disgraced wizard, a royal daughter, and a blacksmith who commanded the language of ashes. Story 5. The ancient city of Luminar rose from the mist-shrouded valley like a vision from another age, its alabaster towers and crystalline domes capturing the dawn light and fracturing it into 1,000 colors that danced across the surrounding landscape. For countless generations, pilgrims had journeyed from the farthest reaches of Eriador to witness the miracle at its heart, the eternal flame. A fire that had burned without fuel since the First Age, when the gods still walked among mortals. But on this morning, as pale sunlight struggled to penetrate the unnatural fog that had settled over the sacred city, the keepers of the flame awakened to silence where there should have been song. The eternal flame, which had hummed with melodic warmth for millennia, had fallen quiet. Within the Chamber of Perpetual Light, Master Thorn, last of the original Flame Guardians, lay sprawled at the base of the great brazier. His aged fingers still clutched his ceremonial staff, its crystal tip shattered. Around him, shadows deeper than night seemed to linger despite the approaching dawn, moving with purpose no shadow should possess. The eternal flame itself still burned, but its once brilliant golden radiance had dimmed to a pale blue flicker that cast no warmth. Those who looked upon it felt a chill rather than comfort, as though something essential had been stolen from its very essence. 3 days later, and many leagues away, Gandalf the Grey stood upon the crest of Weathertop, his keen eyes fixed on the distant horizon where Luminar lay beyond sight. The wind tugged at his robes and beard as he leaned upon his gnarled staff, concern etched into every line of his weathered face. "It has begun," he murmured to the empty air, "sooner than I feared, yet later than I hoped." The wizard had felt the disturbance in the world's magic, like a physical blow, a dissonance in the ancient melody that bound all things together. The eternal flame's weakening sent ripples through the very fabric of reality, disturbing even the dreams of those who knew nothing of its existence or significance. With a heavy sigh, Gandalf turned from the vista and began the descent to where his horse waited patiently. His path would take him first to Silverbrook, a humble village that would seem unremarkable to most travelers. But Gandalf was not most travelers, and what waited in Silverbrook was far from unremarkable. The journey took 4 days, each mile bringing a more pronounced sense of urgency. The skies darkened with clouds that moved against the wind, and wildlife grew scarce along paths that should have teemed with spring creatures. On the evening of the fourth day, as Gandalf approached the outskirts of Silverbrook, a shrill scream split the twilight stillness. The wizard spurred his mount forward, cresting a small rise to discover the source of the distress. In the village square, a young woman stood surrounded by several rough-looking men in dark leathers. Their postures spoke of menace, yet they maintained a cautious distance, and with good reason. The cobblestones at their feet had begun to glow with heat, small flames licking upward where the girl's shadow fell. "The Master of Embers wants her alive, you fools!" barked the largest of the assailants, his face half hidden behind a mask of crimson leather. "Bind her hands before she burns the whole village down." The young woman, scarcely more than 20 summers by Gandalf's estimation, backed against the village well, her expression a mixture of terror and confusion. Her hands trembled violently, pale skin marred by strange, luminous markings that pulsed like embers with each rapid heartbeat. "I don't know what you're talking about," she cried. "Please, just leave me be." As one of the attackers lunged forward with manacles of strange black metal, Gandalf raised his staff high. A blinding flash of white light erupted from its tip, followed by a thunderclap that sent the would-be abductors staggering. "And I believe," Gandalf announced, his voice carrying the weight of mountains despite its conversational tone, "that the lady has made her wishes quite clear." The masked leader recovered his balance quickly, narrowed eyes finding the wizard through the settling dust. Recognition dawned in his gaze, followed by something close to fear. "The Grey Wanderer," he snarled. "Now my master warned you might interfere." "Did he indeed?" Gandalf replied mildly, dismounting with surprising grace for one who appeared so aged. "Then your master's foresight has improved since last we met." The leader hesitated, clearly reconsidering his options now that the odds had shifted. With a sharp gesture to his companions, he backed toward the village's edge. "This changes nothing, old man. What has begun cannot be undone. The flame fades and the world will follow. We shall see," Gandalf replied, his staff now pointed directly at the retreating figures. "Give the Master of Embers a message from me. What Valkus seeks will consume him long before he masters it." At the mention of that name, the leader's composure broke. He and his companions fled into the gathering darkness, the sound of their retreat soon swallowed by the deepening night. The young woman remained frozen beside the well, the strange markings on her hands slowly fading until they were barely visible, fine lines like ash-white veins beneath her skin. "You know them," she said, her voice steadier now. "You know who they serve and why they hunt me." Gandalf approached slowly, his manner gentle as he might use with a skittish deer. "I know more than they do, certainly, but less than I should." He studied her face carefully. "You are Lyra, daughter of Marina the Healer." Surprise flickered across her features. "How could you possibly? I make it my business to know many things," Gandalf interrupted with a small smile that softened his words. "Particularly about those who bear the marks of the flame-blooded." Lyra glanced down at her hands, where the markings had all but disappeared. "Is that what I am? My mother never spoke of such things. The marks appeared on my 16th birthday and have strengthened each year since." Her eyes, the color of burnished copper, met his with sudden wariness. "Who are you, really?" "I am Gandalf," he replied simply, "and I have come a long way to find you, though I had hoped for less dramatic circumstances." He glanced around the village square, now empty as fearful residents peered from behind shuttered windows. "We should not linger here. Those men will return with greater numbers once they report to their master." "Return where?" Lyra demanded. "This is my home. I've never left Silverbrook. And yet your destiny lies far beyond its boundaries." Gandalf said gravely, as does the fate of many others. The eternal flame fades. Lyra, without intervention, it will extinguish entirely within a fortnight. When that happens, the balance that has maintained peace in these lands for millennia will collapse. Lyra shook her head in disbelief. What does any of that have to do with me? I'm nobody, just a healer's apprentice. Gandalf's expression softened with something like compassion. You are far more than that. The blood of the first Flamekeepers runs in your veins. The markings you bear are proof of your lineage, a lineage I helped conceal 18 years ago when your mother fled the citadel of Luminar. The revelation struck Lyra like a physical blow. She staggered slightly, steadying herself against the stone well. My mother was from Luminar. She told me she came from the southern farmlands. A necessary deception, Gandalf sighed, to protect you both. Your mother was more than just from Luminar. She was its heart, the flame's chosen vessel. When darker elements within the Flame Guardians sought to corrupt the sacred fire for their own power, she escaped with you still growing within her. His eyes grew distant with memory. I placed seals upon your innate magic, bindings that have weakened with time as they were meant to do. The markings are merely the visible sign of power's awakening. Lyra looked down at her hands again, now seeing the faint lines with new understanding. These men, they called their master the Master of Embers. You called him Valkus. Once, he was Valkus the Bright, most promising of my apprentices, Gandalf acknowledged with old sorrow. Now, he styles himself Master of Embers, believing that controlling the remnants of magic is preferable to serving its living essence. He gazed toward the horizon, where darkness had completely fallen. He was behind your mother's flight, though I didn't realize his involvement until much later. Now he seeks you, the last of the true flame-blooded, as part of his plan to corrupt the eternal flame completely. Why would anyone want to destroy something so sacred? Lyra whispered. Not destroy, transform, Gandalf corrected. The flame is not merely fire, but the physical manifestation of creation's spark. It can be corrupted to serve shadow rather than light, death rather than life. With it, one could command powers meant solely for the gods. The wind rose suddenly, carrying with it the scent of ash and sulfur. Gandalf straightened, his expression growing urgent. We have tarried too long. Valkus's servants approach, and these bear darker powers than mere steel. He extended his hand to Lyra. The choice remains yours, but it must be made now. Stay, and Valkus will claim you before dawn. Come with me, and I will show you how to claim your birthright instead, and perhaps save the flame that gives life to all Eriador. Lyra hesitated only briefly before clasping the wizard's weathered hand. As their fingers met, the markings on her skin flared brilliant gold, prompting a startled gasp. They've never done that before, she breathed. Your power recognizes its kin, Gandalf explained, guiding her toward where his horse waited. My magic comes from the same source as the flame, though far diminished by comparison to what flows in your veins. As they rode from Silverbrook, Lyra ventured one more question. You said the flame will extinguish in a fortnight without intervention. What intervention could possibly restore something so ancient and powerful? Gandalf's voice carried over his shoulder as their mount galloped into the night. And the crown of fire, a relic from the Age of Wonder. It was divided into 4 fragments and hidden throughout the realm when the first Flamekeepers feared its power might be misused. United once more upon the brow of one with the blood of the original keepers, it could restore the flame to its full glory. And you think that's me? Lyra asked incredulously. I couldn't even light our cook fire without flint until today. The wizard chuckled softly. Do the greatest rivers begin as modest springs? Lyra, Your power awakens precisely when it must. His voice grew more serious. But we face a dangerous path. Vulcus seeks the crown fragments as well, and he has had years to search while you lived in innocent obscurity. The road stretched before them, winding toward distant mountains, where the first of the crown fragments lay hidden in a temple of crystal and stone. Behind them, shadows moved with unnatural speed through the forests, tracking their scent. Above, the stars seemed dimmer than they had been in living memory, as though the heavens themselves sensed the eternal flames fading and mourned its passing. Yet among those stars, patterns shifted subtly, ancient constellations aligning into formations not seen for an age, heralding both danger and possibility. Gandalf watched these celestial movements with knowing eyes as they rode. The prophecy was unfolding as foretold, darkness rising, light fading, and caught between them, a spark with the potential to kindle either salvation or doom. He had placed his hope in Lyra, this untested vessel of ancient power. Now he could only guide her toward her destiny and pray that the ember of courage within her would blaze forth when most needed. For the flame of destiny burned in many forms, some visible like the eternal flame of Luminar, others hidden deep within the hearts of those chosen by fate. And as dawn's first light crept over the eastern horizon, Gandalf glimpsed faint golden light emanating from beneath Lyra's skin as she slept fitfully against his shoulder, the unmistakable glow of power awakening after generations of slumber. The journey to reclaim the Crown of Fire had begun. Story 6. The white towers of Númenor pierced the dawn sky like diamond spears, their marble facades bathed in golden light that seemed to emanate from within rather than merely reflect the morning sun. For 1,000 years, these towers had stood unchanged, watching over a kingdom whose splendor had not dimmed since the days when the stars were young. This was no accident of fortune or testament to masterful architecture alone. It was the will of Queen Ar-Zimrafel, the undying sovereign, whose reign had stretched beyond the boundary of mortal memory. Gandalf the Grey stood upon the great eastern causeway, his weathered hand gripping his staff as he gazed upon the alabaster city. The sea breeze tugged at his beard and the hem of his cloak, carrying with it scents of salt, exotic spices, and something else, something wrong. A faint corruption lingered beneath the perfume of prosperity, detectable only to one who had walked the earth since before the breaking of the world. "The Valar did not send you lightly to our shores, Mithrandir," said Elendil, the tall captain who had met the wizard at the harbor. His voice was low, almost a whisper, though no other souls walked the causeway at this early hour. "The Queen has not welcomed emissaries from the west for 3 centuries. Gandalf nodded, his eyes never leaving the central palace, where 12 delicate spires surrounded a 13th, taller, darker obsidian rather than marble. "Yet she has granted me audience. Curious, is it not? One might wonder what troubles the undying Queen after all these years. One might wonder how she lives at all," Elendil murmured, then straightened as though regretting the words immediately. Gandalf turned to him, eyes sharp beneath bushy brows. "Take heart, Captain. Words spoken to me are carried by no wind to unfriendly ears." The throne room of Ar-Zimrafil was a wonder of architectural impossibility. The domed ceiling soared hundreds of feet overhead, painted with constellations that slowly shifted position throughout the day, mimicking the heavens. True movement. Columns of pale stone spiraled upward, seeming too delicate to support their own weight, much less the massive dome above, and upon a dais of 7 steps sat the Queen herself. She was beautiful in the way that statues are beautiful, perfect, cold, untouched by time. Her skin was alabaster, her hair a cascade of midnight that pooled around her throne like spilled ink. Her eyes were ancient, dark, as the spaces between stars, and they fixed upon Gandalf with immediate recognition. "The Grey Pilgrim comes at last to Númenor," she said, her voice melodious yet somehow hollow, like wind through an empty shell. "What brings a servant of the Valor to my realm after so many years of mutual disinterest?" Gandalf bowed with perfect courtesy, though not as deeply as the courtiers clearly expected. "A disturbance in the weave of magic, your majesty. A ripple that spreads from your shores across the great sea, felt even in Valinor." The Queen's smile did not reach her eyes. "Perhaps it is simply the magic of prosperity you sense, wizard. Númenor thrives while other realms falter. Our ships command the seas, our granaries overflow, our people want for nothing." "Indeed," Gandalf replied, studying the court with seemingly casual interest. The nobles stood unnaturally still, their eyes vacant, their smiles fixed. "Yet I sense fear beneath the prosperity." Something dangerous flickered in the Queen's expression before it smoothed again to porcelain perfection. "You are mistaken. There is no fear in Númenor, only contentment." Later that night, as Gandalf studied ancient texts in the chambers provided to him, he heard the softest of sounds, a key turning in a lock that did not exist. He turned to find a portion of the ornate wall sliding silently aside, revealing a passageway and a hooded figure. "If you value truth, wizard, come quickly," whispered the figure. "The Queen's shadows will discover my absence soon." Gandalf's eyes narrowed, but he gathered his staff and followed without hesitation. The passageway wound downward through the palace foundations into tunnels carved from bedrock so ancient it predated the kingdom itself. "I am Isildur," said the hooded man, once they had descended beyond the reach of any listening ears. He pushed back his hood to reveal a noble face marked by sorrow and determination. Heir to a house that no longer exists. The line of Elros was thought extinct 3 centuries past, Gandalf observed. Not extinct, merely removed from public concern. Isildur's smile was grim, as happens to all who question the Queen's right to endless rule. They emerged into a vast underground chamber where dozens of people worked by lamplight, studying scrolls, mixing potions, forging weapons. Isildur led Gandalf to a central table where maps and ancient documents were spread. "Tonight, the Queen's inner circle attempts a ritual in the Obsidian Tower," Isildur explained. "Something they have prepared for decades. We plan to stop it, to end her reign, but our assassin was captured this morning." "You mistake me for an assassin?" Gandalf raised a bushy eyebrow. "No," Isildur said gravely. "We mistake you for hope." Before they could speak further, horns blared above, and cries of alarm echoed down the passages. "They're searching for you," Isildur said urgently. "You've been named conspirator in the assassination attempt. The Queen's shadows will show no mercy." "Then we should not linger," Gandalf replied, his voice calm despite the danger. Their escape through the ancient catacombs beneath Númenor revealed secrets the kingdom had buried for centuries. In chambers hidden from sunlight for millennia, they found evidence of the Queen's true nature. Not records of succession, as the public history claimed, but rituals of transference. "The Ring of Eternal Souls," Isildur explained as they examined forgotten texts in a sanctuary deep beneath the eastern mountains. "Forged before Númenor rose from the sea, it allows the wearer to transfer their consciousness to a new body when death approaches." "But there is a price," Gandalf murmured, his finger tracing eldritch symbols on a crumbling parchment. "There is always a price for defying the natural order." "The ring consumes souls," Isildur confirmed grimly. "The brightest and noblest souls of the kingdom, harvested like wheat when they reach their peak. My father discovered this truth and paid with his life, but not before sending me into hiding with these records." Gandalf's eyes were distant, seeing beyond the physical texts to the pattern they revealed. "This is no mere ring of power," he said at last. "This is a vessel, a prison crafted in the First Age to contain something that should never have walked this earth." "What do you mean?" Isildur asked. "The queen you know, the being that has ruled for 1,000 years, is not the original Queen Azimrafel at all. That poor soul was consumed centuries ago." Gandalf's face was grave in the lamplight. "What wears her crown now is something far older. A spirit from before the sun and moon, when darkness ruled and the Valar struggled to bring light to creation. In the days that followed, as the kingdom above erupted in chaos with the hunt for the wizard conspirator, Gandalf and Isildur gathered allies from the shadows, scholars who questioned the official histories, nobles who had lost loved ones to mysterious honors in the Queen's inner circle, common folk who had glimpsed the truth behind the perfect facade. And Gandalf spent long hours in meditation, reaching back through his own ancient memories, recalling knowledge from a time when the world was young. "The being that possesses your queen seeks to open a doorway," he told their growing council of resistance. "The souls it has consumed over centuries have been fuel, storing power for one cataclysmic working of magic." "A doorway to where?" asked a scholar priestess whose family had secretly preserved the worship of the true Valar. "To the void beyond creation," Gandalf replied, his voice heavy with the weight of primordial knowledge. "To free the dark powers that were banished there before Arda took shape. Tonight, under the eclipsed moon, it will attempt to complete this working." The assault on the obsidian tower was neither subtle nor cautious. It could not be, with time so short and stakes so high. Isildur led the mortal fighters, while Gandalf confronted the magic that swirled like black lightning around the tower's peak. The queen they found at the summit was no longer pretending humanity. Her form shifted between beautiful woman and something ancient and terrible, a shape of shadow and malice, with eyes like wells into nothingness. Around her finger, the ring of eternal souls pulsed with the light of countless captured spirits. "Foolish Maya," she hissed at Gandalf, her voice echoing with multiple tones. "You are young compared to me." "I walked the darkness before your kind was even thought of. Yet you fear the light," Gandalf replied, raising his staff. Radiance burst forth, not the harsh glare of common fire, but the pure illumination of stars uncounted. "And light has always been your undoing. The battle that followed could scarcely be comprehended by mortal minds. Magic crashed against magic, will against ancient will. The Queen, the entity, wielded power accumulated over a millennium, while Gandalf drew upon knowledge carried from Valinor itself. At the crucial moment, when Gandalf's strength began to falter against the onslaught, Isildur charged forward, wielding a blade forged from meteoric iron, inscribed with runes of unbinding. With one perfect strike, guided by generations of contained rage, he severed the finger that bore the ring. The Queen's scream transcended sound, becoming a psychic wave that shattered the tower's upper reaches. The ring fell, bouncing across cracked marble, its glow pulsing erratically. Before the entity could reclaim it, Gandalf spoke words in a language older than the land itself, and struck the ring with his staff. Light erupted, not from Gandalf, but from within the ring itself. The souls of 1,000 years, released from bondage, spiraled upward in a column of radiance that pierced the storm clouds above, and in their wake, they dragged the ancient darkness that had imprisoned them, pulling it out of the Queen's crumbling form and back toward the void from which it had so nearly escaped. When dawn broke over Númenor, it illuminated a kingdom awakening from a millennium-long nightmare. The survivors gathered in the rubble of the obsidian tower, where Isildur stood tall among his people for the first time. "What happens now?" he asked Gandalf, who looked weary but unbowed by the night's struggle. "Now?" The wizard's eyes twinkled faintly beneath his bushy brows. "Now, Númenor remembers who it truly is. And perhaps, in time, its people may once again look westward, toward the light." As Gandalf departed on a ship bound for Middle-earth, the white towers of Númenor stood silhouetted against the rising sun, no longer perfect and unchanging, but living, growing, and finally free to face their future, whatever it might hold.